Thanks for being with us, everybody. We're excited that you're here watching. It's a big night. It's the last night of the RNC Convention. Big things are planned. We're expecting a huge speech from Donald Trump, and this will be his first large official speech after his assassination attempt. Huge historical times at this night. And we want to bring in, of course, our illustrious panel, and that's going to include myself, WND founder Elizabeth Farr, and of course our friend, a political writer, Brian Allman. We're excited for the night. Elizabeth, I would love to hear what you are excited for, what we plan to see tonight. Oh, it looks like we have Elizabeth is a little muted.
Sorry about that.
There we
I'm
go.
Excited. You had me on mute because I was worried I don't know, say something. Anyway, I'm so excited to see the future president, John Trump. After that assassination attempt, what more could we want than to hear him speak before all of his supporters? We feel so blessed. All of us do. I mean, every single commentator, far and wide, is speaking of the blessing and the miraculous saving of Donald Trump, his life, and so much controversy, so many. I mean, some of the craziest week or 2 weeks of news history, and we're right here in the middle of that history, commenting on it, witnessing it, and just feeling blessed. I feel so optimistic for our country. So optimistic. I want to just underscore that. I have so much hope for this country in the next 4 years.
I totally agree. And yeah, I think that if we just go back a little bit before the debate, it was a different feeling in the country. And it wasn't, I wouldn't call it great. I felt that it was a little tense. We're going to kick it to Brian Allman. Brian, we'd love to hear what you have to say about what you're expecting for the night.
Well, this is the culmination of a month, 6 weeks of, I would just say, so much winning, as President Trump would say. You have the documents case was dismissed. The Supreme Court ruled that he had immunity. The debate went really well for Trump and very badly for President Biden. And then obviously surviving an assassin's bullet. You have people, conservatives on Twitter, on social media, talking about the mandate of heaven. And that's, it seems very, metaphysical and spiritual, but I think there is something there that, at certain moments in history, there are great men and women who rise to those moments. And I think Donald Trump, whatever else you might think of him, he is the man for this moment.
Yeah, I really can't disagree with that, Brian. I think that this is a historic moment in so many stacked historic moments that just keep coming. So folks, we want to let you know, like, the plan for the night is we will be showing you the RNC convention live, and we will cut to it, and we'll come in and out to discuss what the speakers have said and what they're thinking. And we just would love you to stay with us. And we want you to comment into our comment section on all 3 platforms that we're on: YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook. Say something. We want to hear from you. And if you put up a great comment, we're going to put it up on screen and we're going to talk about your comment. So we see that people are still coming on board. We're really pleased about that. And what we're kind of waiting for now, as the clock ticks down, is Tucker Carlson is supposed to come out, as well as Trump's former attorney, Miss Habba. I forget her first name, but Alina Habba, I believe it is. So we will bring the convention right here. You can see that right now Mr. Zach Witkoff is talking. We're going to bring him in. We're going to listen to what he has to say. And then if it's something we can talk about, we're going to jump out and talk about it. Elizabeth, anything from you, ma'am? I'd love to hear it.
No, I just think that the mandate from heaven, I've been calling it a mandate from God, and mandate from heaven works just as well. And it's amazing how we are all thinking the same thoughts, because the circumstances, this history in the making, the confluence of events, they're driving it. It's not that we're just marketers or publicists making these things up. I'm thinking mandate from God, and somebody else is saying mandate from heaven. And we're speaking the same language because we're seeing the same things.
Yeah, that's an amazing point. Brian, I'd love to get your thoughts on this idea that we just didn't even have that terminology in the mainstream until one of the Supreme Court judges had a flag on his house saying, what was it? Appeal to heaven.
It was the appeal to heaven flag, the pine tree flag from the Revolutionary War. So these are ideas that are deeply embedded in Western, Christian tradition. And obviously in the last few decades here in America, they've fallen out of favor because we're very materialistic now. Everything's just atoms bouncing around, but there's obviously more to it. The other day I wrote on my platform that just 30 miles away from where President Trump was shot was where George Washington, at the age of 23, fought in the Battle of the Monongahela against the French forces in the French and Indian War. His commanding officer was shot and killed, and he organized the remnants of the British military into an orderly retreat at the same time as 2 horses were shot out from under him. Bullet holes pierced his coat and his hat, but he was untouched. In hindsight, we see that he was a man of destiny, and I think we can see that now today.
That's an amazing proclamation. Trump being a man of destiny. Really, it's hard to argue with that. And even it's so amazing. The left is, predictably losing their marbles at this moment. Never before have they been more conspiratorial. It's a conspiracy, didn't you know? It's a conspiracy, everybody. I thought isn't that our line on the right?
They're the greatest conspirators. They're also the greatest, most violent attackers of opponents, of those that disagree with them. So it is ironic how the biases they project upon us what in fact is really at home in their camp.
That's literally the idea, projection.
Right. Russia.
Russia, right. Don't worry, we won't go to war with them or anything dramatic like that.
No.
We're just going to peek in and see how things are going, and we'll come right back with you. We're going to just listen to Mr. Steven a little bit.
Of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him. Especially those words, "His truth is marching on." I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime.
One thing I'll say is, I've seen a lot of
I've seen
a lot of RNC conventions, and it's completely possible that even up to the last night, a lot of the folks in the audience are not 100% sure of how they feel about the candidate. It's not just always a given. I remember feeling that in past RNC conventions, but this one, just based on the images I'm seeing, and we're seeing video come out of there, I would call it, as the kids say, the vibe is very different. I mean, who wants to say out loud in that crowd that they don't like Trump? I wouldn't want to do that.
The whole campaign's been interesting because it's really is unprecedented. It's not since the time of Grover Cleveland at the very end of the 19th century that we've had a president who served a term, was defeated, come back and run again and be the nominee.
Yeah.
So in reality, he won nearly all the primaries, but he was essentially an incumbent.
Yeah.
For a while, people smelled maybe a little blood in the water. They thought they had a chance, but
the DeSantis moment.
DeSantis, Haley,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
that fellow from Texas. But then, you know, everything's fallen in line. And
Yeah.
even Nikki Haley was at the convention the other night, endorsing Trump. And
She just wants a job though now.
Oh,
Brian.
sure. I don't care why she's doing it. She did it. And that's the important thing.
Nikki's always looking for a job.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that the crowd is feeling compelled, or because who would want to go up against a man who's, you know, that there was almost assassinated. I don't think that that's it. I think that the Republican Party has come a long way since 2015, 16. And, well, again, a confluence of events over a period of years. When we witnessed what Donald Trump endured, remember how many Republicans were never Trumpers in those first years. And by the way, we have a vice presidential candidate who is probably close to a never Trumper. He said some pretty harsh things about the president. And I didn't understand it. I had some days at the beginning that were questioned, like a businessman, you know, billionaire real estate developer, guy with a lot of gold chairs in his living room in his penthouses. I don't know. It just wasn't
gold
me.
Toilets.
Gold toilets.
Yeah.
I don't like reality television, so I never saw any of his shows. So none of it was for me.
Right.
But he made me a believer. My husband knew immediately, but he made me a believer. And I think that that is a very genuine thing, because I can tell you this, there's nobody more for Trump than me. And I wasn't originally in 2015 or whenever. I was not there. And so I think that that's happened to many, many people. And it's sincere. It's not like, okay, he can win, so let's put him up there. Or, yeah, I give up. Next time we'll get somebody better. I think that he's made believers of millions of people.
Yeah, Brian, well, I'm interested. I know you have the comments on that. Go ahead.
I think there were two kinds of never Trumpers in the beginning. There's, you know, like you mentioned, took some convincing. Also, J.D. Vance, you know, he was concerned. He wasn't sure Trump was really all he said he was. He didn't like the rhetoric. He didn't like the bluster. He wondered if he was America's Nixon or America's Hitler. But then he was won by Trump's actions and what he actually did in office. So I think there's a lot of people like that who were skeptical at first, but then came around once they saw that Trump was actually doing what he said he was going to do. But then you have others, and you know, I think they were revealed as people who were never really bought into conservatism or, you know, moral issues. They were just using the Republican Party and the conservative movement as a launch pad for whatever they wanted to do, maybe just naked power. I saw an interesting graphic. Well, I was about to say I saw an interesting graphic that was spreading on Twitter. I think it was from MSNBC, showing the prominent Republicans who were not at the convention this year. And it's, you know, Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, George W. Bush, Liz Cheney. Yeah, those are the folks who I think were exposed by the Trump movement, and they've chosen to essentially remove themselves from the discourse.
I mean, it's almost fair to say they have their own version of Trump derangement, because they hate him as much as Chuck Schumer might.
Well, you know, no matter what they, you know, might disagree on, the Democrats and the, you know, this small group of Republicans, this rump state of the, you know, never Trump
rump state,
GOP, whatever they might disagree on,
they are
bought into the liberal world order, the post World War II order that says that America has to get involved in every other foreign war, that we need to open up free trade, open up immigration, have no border control, that we're essentially just an economic zone for the, you know, aggrandizement of, you know, the wealthy and powerful. And Trump's really the first one to come along and say, no, that's not who we are. It's like J.D. Vance said last night, America's not an idea. It's a nation. It's a people. And those people matter.
It's powerful coming from J.D. that he was a Marine. He fought in the global wars. And now, you know, he's able to step away and say, like, why did we do that? Let's not do it again. Elizabeth, I heard you thinking.
I was just thinking about how the phrase, and it's been used by lovely, brilliant people for decades and decades, but it's not worn well with me. And that is that America, the great experiment of America. And I think, okay, you know, the experiment after 250 years, I don't think so. I don't think it's an experiment. It works, but what we see is when our souffle starts to deflate, we've made some mistakes, right? Start
Yeah.
breaking more eggs and start all over again. The founders set it up right. So presciently, I can't even believe that they anticipated the need for these particular constitutional provisions the way that they did, and the blessing of God upon us that we have the Federalist Papers and the Anti-Federalist Papers, and by the way, both of which kick, you know what, I mean, they're both great. The antis, if only the Democrats were the equivalent to the Republicans of the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists, because they agree. I would agree with virtually everything that both of them said at this point. The fine-tuned differences were much smaller then. Today, it's the party that doesn't know what a woman is and wants men to compete with little girls, men who
Yeah.
have to shave every day, and then and then us that actually believe that there's a God that is above government. And so the idea that we are an idea and that we are an experiment, I think we need to just pack those bags and set them in our storeroom and not and like dust them off to like chat about yesteryear. But we're not. We are human beings, flesh and blood. We have a culture. We have a language. We have music. We have history. We share these things. We have holidays and holy days and memorials and great achievements, and we have literature and art and the landscape. This land is America. And when you bring all those things together and so many other things, when you bring it together, that is America. And first and foremost, it's the flesh and blood of the old people and the people like you, young people and the children. And
Youngish.
that's what we are. And we have been treated like a commodity and as pawns on a chessboard, cards in poker. We have not, or chips, whatever. We have not been treated by. I don't know when that first began. I think that there were probably many milestones where that progressed more and more. And of course, the Great Society and FDR, Wilson, blah, blah. But the thing is, J.D. Vance nailed it. He nailed that.
Right.
We
Yeah.
are people, not an
Okay.
idea.
I see Alina Habba coming out, the Trump's attorney. We're going to throw it over to the show. Here we go.
Got it.
Good evening, America. My name is Alina Habba, and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump. Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse, but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic, a proud first-generation Arab American woman, and a feisty Jersey girl who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. and he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker, he's the man with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust, he is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend. Not too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics, President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th president, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people. As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right. Every attack on President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. sham indictments, and baseless allegations will not deter us. Because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up. So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump. So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
Okay. That was Alina Habba, former President Donald Trump's attorney, and known for being pretty fiery at the time when she was defending him, especially talking to the press. And up next, I believe we're waiting on Tucker Carlson. So we'll just kind of leave this in the background. We'll watch, and if we see Tucker come out, we will go to him. Elizabeth, I'd love your thoughts on Miss Alina Habba's comments.
Well, I had a personal connection here because she's Arab. My husband's Arab.
Yeah.
She's from New Jersey. Well, she's a New Jersey girl. She said he's a New Jersey boy. He was raised Catholic. She's Catholic. Mm-hmm. And her family fled, presumably the Middle East. She didn't mention the country. I was dying to find out if it was Syria or Lebanon, because Joseph's grandparents were from Syria and Lebanon. And so that just kind of touched me, but that's a personal note there. I thought it was a good speech. I think that they're not putting volume on the crowd, and I would kind of like to hear the crowd. That to me, when you're speaking, having that crowd, which she's getting the response from the crowd, but we're not, and I'm not happy about that. But I just think it's a better experience. I think that she just essentially explained what so many, she wanted to identify what so many women in Donald Trump's circle his family, his friends, and colleagues have emphasized for 8 years, and that is that Donald J. Trump loves to support women. He encourages them. He trusts them. He puts them in place of extremely high levels of autonomy and requiring a great deal of trust. They have authority in his organizations, and I think that says a lot about him. The left continually paints him as someone who is, I don't know, just doesn't like women, looks down upon them. And I don't remember the numbers, but I recall that there was a side-by-side comparison of Donald Trump's staffing versus
Yeah.
Obama's, and it was crazy because
Right.
he eclipsed Obama's, and probably the same thing with Biden, but I can't tell you that.
So Elizabeth, like we are expecting Tucker Carlson to come up next. Tucker Carlson has not held back, especially since he left Fox. He's been outspoken and pretty much said everything that comes to mind, including not that long ago in his own podcast. I think actually it was with Adam Carolla. He went on Adam Carolla's show and just laid it out that, hey, if the left is doing all these things to Trump, arresting him, framing him for everything they can, assassination is on the table. And, you know, prophetically or just maybe stating the obvious, that attempt took place. Brian, your thoughts?
Well, it's funny. I think almost everybody in the conservative MAGA Republican world expected something like that to happen. We've seen what the left is doing. We've seen where their rhetoric's going. I just wrote something about that today over on my platform. And yet they still called Tucker Carlson a conspiracy theorist for suggesting that it was going to happen. They said the same thing about Alex Jones. I mean, these are people who are just watching and noticing what's going on and what the natural consequences of that is. So, yeah, I expect Tucker to come out and be his usual fiery self.
Who
really
did not
appreciated
expect
his
this? I'm with you. I know that my husband and I talked about it during his first term.
Right.
I would just have these moments of angst where I think, you're not going to make it through the next week or whatever. And of course, I didn't know the timing and didn't think I really knew the timing. But Tucker and Bannon and my husband, myself, we certainly were just four of millions, maybe hundreds of thousands, who thought that was a possibility.
Right. Yeah. And it still may be. I mean, we're not out of the woods, so to speak, and maybe we never will be, even if Trump becomes president and president-elect by November. Is this just the world we live in now?
I suppose. I remember feeling at the time on Saturday afternoon that, yes, this is something we expected. This is not necessarily a surprise, but it's still surreal to see it actually happen,
Right.
actually play out.
Yeah.
I was looking back in history. There was a wave of assassinations in the late 19th and early 20th century. President McKinley was killed by an anarchist. And then in the 1960s, we saw another wave. You think, though, that Secret Service and technology and procedures are so good now that to keep our elected leaders safe, but apparently not.
No.
Well, and it's very worrisome that Bobby Kennedy's assassin, Saran, was a Palestinian. And I've been wondering, and I'm certainly not actually staking a claim on this, but I've been wondering, is there an Islamist connection here? And then the next thing I know, I'm hearing, and I think we've got a really good report, actually 3 stories, I believe, coming out maybe tomorrow on this Iranian, I guess you would call it a fatwa, but a hidden one, right? And so as someone commented that I noted, he said, once that fatwa's out, there's no takesies, backsies kind of a thing. The fatwa's there on Trump. and the Iranians want to kill him. And so when you said we just have to live with this, you were spot on, because it won't go away for his whole administration. And we're letting in Iranian Islamists into our country through the southern border. Congratulations.
I mean, just now you can see in this is a Trump ad that's come up right now. They're literally saying the same thing, Elizabeth.
Oh.
Terrorists coming through the border. So they're running a commercial right now, a campaign ad. So that means,
Oh, that man.
oh yeah,
I love that man.
oh, that's an incredible photo of Trump
Yes.
with Reagan.
Mm.
Okay, so we may have Tucker coming up here. We're watching for that. I'm going to bring up the volume just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist, author, and American
Here we go.
citizen, Tucker Carlson.
You think he wrote his own intro?
Thank you. Oh, this is
Oh, there's Navarro.
Thank you. I've been good to see you. Thank you. I feel like I know about half the people in the room. This is wild. What are you doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys. Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you.
Maybe that's the way to say it. Best vibes.
This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good.
Tucker might be the one person in America who's anywhere near Trump's level of popularity.
I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference. I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid, never wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, as a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. No, you could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. With enough.
You have to be 35.
That could happen. But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. I reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run. And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people. And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years, really? Not a word about himself, about his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen. So the question is, where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years, then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting. It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful. actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this, actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump's. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Oh. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say I'm on God's side or God's with me or even I'm with God. I want to be, not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Golf General Manager, Trump National Doral, Carrie to Moscow.
All right, well, let's just really quickly recap. Tucker will come back. So
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Always
You
is.
know that Tucker
Always
has
is.
never written, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go, Elizabeth.
Tucker has never written a speech. He has
I've heard
never
that.
written a speech. And so that's just Tucker being Tucker. That's why he's Tucker. And that's why we love him so much. And I think that when he told that story about his wife getting that call from President Trump saying, I'm going to stand guard outside your house, that's from the gut. Okay, that is from the gut. That's from the heart. That's who he is. And when he said, there's a lot, bad things out there, but there's a lot of love. That is him, because he's always looking at the possibilities and the good and the hope and the joy. And, he's been embattled. If you saw a soldier for 1 week and he was being attacked by a vicious enemy, and all he was doing was slaughtering one enemy after the other, you would not have the opportunity to know how much love and kindness, gentleness. He's a father. You wouldn't see any of that, because all you see is him defending his comrades and in his home or the fort, whatever it is, and himself, and killing the bad guys. Blood everywhere. That's what Donald Trump has been facing for not just the 4 years in office, but the 3.5 years since then, even worse in ways. So most Americans have only seen him on the battlefield. But this is a guy,
Right.
You can tell by his vocabulary, the way he's about love and affirming people. That was a great speech.
Absolutely. Brian, your takeaways.
Tucker Carlson, his evolution over the last 10 years or so has been really fascinating to watch. He, 10, 15 years ago, when he still wore the bow tie, he was just your standard Fox News talking head, saying all the same things as everyone else. And something changed, and he's tapped into, I don't even want to call it populism, but tapped into something about the American people in our moment in history that a lot of other people weren't talking about. He's willing to ask questions, willing to change his mind, willing to, talk about subjects that were off limits. I remember years ago, there was a debate between him and Charlie Kirk about immigration, and Kirk has come around on that issue. It's, Tucker has been leading the charge when it comes to moving the Republican Party and the conservative movement and the American people away from, what we were in the year 2003, 2004 to something new, something that I think is necessary for where we're going to be going in the next few decades.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he talks, it's like a masterclass in how to level with the everyman. Like, you get the sense that he can go anywhere and just kind of like be a man of the people now. He's kind of shooken off that professionalism that he had before with TV. We're hearing and everyone's kind of tweeting like he doesn't have a teleprompter for these speeches. I'm getting a photo from someone on the floor. He just came up and started talking, and just what's he doing? It's stream of consciousness coming directly from his heart. And that being said, like, let's talk about what he had to say. The theme that I've kind of been expecting, we've been expecting, is we're hearing a lot about God in this whole thing. And, no offense to anybody else that's been at the RNC presenting, I think there's a certain kind of God that they're talking about. I think they're talking about the triune God, the God of heaven, Yahweh. Elizabeth, I'd love to know your thoughts on this.
Well, I pronounce his name Yehovah, so there. No. Sorry, I know you weren't asking that. I saw an interview with Russell Brand earlier, and he didn't actually give a testimony. I'd like to do an in-depth interview with him. It was brilliant. This is a guy who's been all over the map. I don't know everything about Russell Brand. I don't. But I watch him occasionally when I see him being interviewed. And his testimony was so glorifying of the Lord, Jesus Christ, Yeshua, the Messiah. It was mind-boggling. And all I thought was, firstly, I put my DVR on, and all I thought was, I want to hear more. Yeah. He has been transformed in the last few months, and I am seeing this from all different corners, different people, lots of men. And I'll tell you, I keep talking about men all the time, in that we need men. That's my motto. We need men, and we need to overturn this despicable denigration of manhood. And that should be a drumbeat. That's one of my themes. And I see when men are coming to faith, and when the faithful are becoming vocal, and especially when it's in business and law and politics and policing and on the battlefield, when they're doing it, not putting it in the margins of their life. On Monday through Friday between 8 and 5, I'll be religious, faithless, and then I'll come home and I'll be with my kids, and I'll go on the weekends to Shabbat or to Sunday church, and that's my religion. No, that seems like it's ending, because it's permeating podcasts and videos and memes. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Right. It's amazing. I love it. I'm so happy.
So we are waiting. The next guest, a personal favorite of mine, Hulk Hogan. Okay, so world famous wrestler,
such a man,
slightly decent actor for television. Hulk Hogan is, and to your point, Elizabeth, Hulk Hogan used to be like the prototypical, like, not the macho man, the wrestler, but the machoist man in America, was this pumped up, tan, bleach blonde Hulk Hogan. This was like what kids wanted to be in the 1980s.
Yeah, the dolls, the Hulk Hogan dolls.
Right. And, the Hulkster's a bit aged these days, but
he looked great. He looked the same.
I love what this might be teasing, right? Bring back the heroes, the hero types, the archetypes. And Hulk Hogan is the macho archetype. So looking forward to that. We're going to be keeping an eye on the stream here.
And he bankrupted Gawker.
Yep.
And he bankrupted Gawker.
No, heck.
Who was the other partner in the bankrupting of Gawker?
Was it Peter
project?
Thiel?
It was Peter Thiel,
Yeah.
who was the mentor of J.D. Vance.
So you bring up a good point, and we'll cut to Hogan if he comes out. But so some commentary that we've been hearing is, oh, look, it's essentially Team Peter Thiel. And that would include Vivek's connection. He is connected to Peter Thiel. Is this a problem?
I don't think it's a problem. It's something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
In one of my recent articles, I talked about the so-called PayPal mafia. You have Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and David Sachs were all the co-founders of PayPal back in the 90s.
Right.
And now here they all are supporting the Republicans, supporting Trump. Elon Musk is promising, $45 million a month until the election to Trump's super PAC.
Yeah.
That's not chump change.
No, that's huge.
And
that's Trump change.
there So obviously, the Silicon Valley tech people, that they're not quite the same as the Christian conservatives of middle America. But if those two groups and the others that make up the modern Republican Party can unite and get Donald Trump back in the White House, get J.D. Vance in as vice president, get control of the House and the Senate, then we have room to do the things that we want to do, and they can do some of the things they want to do. They can have the innovation and the, take off the regulation for all the things that they want. Because I think people like Elon Musk really are interested in the survival of the human race, and Western civilization, I believe, is one of the most premier expressions of humanity. And so, he sees the same things we're seeing. He sees the decline of our country and where it can go if we don't stop that decline.
Yeah.
So I'm pleased to have them on board.
Yeah, I agree. Elizabeth.
I agree. Every time I do something on X, I realize that everybody else has done it. So today I put together Elon Musk as a cowboy. He's wearing his cowboy hat. Looked really, cool. And then this picture of George Soros. And, somebody was complaining about Elon Musk, $45 million, and I mean, it was so hysterical and pearl clutching and fear mongering about we're losing our democracy because Elon Musk is giving this money to the Republican Party or to efforts to support the candidate. So I took the two and I said, I'll take Elon. You can keep Musk. And then I said, yeah. And then I said, well, yeah, and I'll take Trump and you keep Biden. And I just thought that is just like such a great picture. So I went in and just searched because I was going to send you the little graphic I did.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's like everybody else, of course, is thinking the exact same thing. So I guess I've not had an original thought out of my brain for a while.
I think I see it here. Let me show it. Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very simple, but it's the truth. Yeah. I mean, who would you want? Yeah, because read that thing at the bottom, the Biden Harris. That's what it was in response to. This is promo or a fundraising thing. Can you read it?
Yeah,
I can read it.
I just want me to read.
Yeah, just read the thing that they said. It was so hysterical.
This one, folks, Elon Musk just pledged to donate $45 million per month to Donald Trump. The richest person in the world is now on Team MAGA. Musk already ruined Twitter by allowing hate speech and disinformation, not even real, to flood the platform. Now Musk is using his vast fortune to try and control our democracy. I actually thought this was fake when you asked me to read it. I'm like, what am I reading? Is this actually? I thought it was going to be a parody, but this actually came from
exactly. This is the delusional lunatic mind that these people are working within. And right. I usually respond to things like this saying, okay, we know, and you both, I will say, and that of course, all the billionaires are on the side of the globalist.
Go ahead.
Let's
you
go
want to switch it back?
The cute girl with
no, we'll come back to us. We'll wait. Yeah.
I'm just saying, the Democrats, I don't have the numbers memorized because it doesn't really matter. Everybody knows that the billionaires are by far on the side of the globalist elite, Democrat, leftist, Marxists, and even Islamists, right? So they're all over there. So we get a few of them on our side and the world's going to end. That's how they're like 7-year-old girls crying in a corner. No offense to 7-year-olds. I can't hear you.
You're saying how they're upset because there's one social media platform now that they don't control, but that's how controlling information works. If you don't control everything, you may as well not control anything, because the information is going to get out, the signal is going to get out. I'm thinking back, the mainstream media, because they were so consolidated back 100 years ago, 50 years ago, newspapers, 3 news channels. It was easy to control information. During World War II, they very strictly controlled what the people learned. They hid FDR's disability. They hid JFK's affairs. The Gulf of Tonkin incident they portrayed as an actual attack on America when it was a false flag. And now that's broken through, but because of the internet. But they were getting to the point now where they were able to start controlling the internet as well, start controlling Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. Elon Musk buying Twitter cannot be understated for how important it is to America and to Western civilization. Consider what last Saturday would have been like under the previous regime of Twitter. The mainstream media was initially trying to portray this as Trump falling down or loud noises, and all the other information about the failures of the Secret Service and everything that went on. That's been spreading on Twitter, on X, I guess Elon wants us to call it now. So it really is the public square where information is allowed to flow freely. And sometimes people get it wrong, but it's corrected very quickly, unlike the mainstream media, which when they get it wrong, it's rarely corrected. And
you never hear
becomes
about
history.
it.
It's in it's carved in marble as a monument.
And of course, as everybody knows, I cannot not take this moment to say, folks, with that, we are actually still banned on X, or formerly from Twitter, from live streaming. So if you're watching here, you're likely only seeing it on Rumble, Facebook, or YouTube. And that is a holdover from the extreme censorship that was taking place at Twitter, that we know now. It was even part of working with government agencies. We're working hand in glove with Twitter, which now it's X, and we hope that we will be reinstated for our live streaming there. And so this is my opportunity to say, please go follow us on those platforms, especially on X, because we can show so much more there. It's not censored, and we do see censorship on Facebook and on YouTube. It comes in the form of what we call throttling, which just means that it just doesn't seem to reach all your followers. It's very frustrating. I'm going to watch here. I see that we're expecting Hulk Hogan imminently.
Or Kid Rock, maybe?
Kid Rock. They're kind of switching up the schedule on us now, but someone
Okay.
is
Did anyone hear the rumor that Elon Musk might speak?
I saw
I
that.
don't
I
know.
saw that spreading this morning, but then I saw denials. So
that would be incredible.
Maybe that's not going to happen.
That would be amazing.
The only reason I'm doing social media personally now at Elizabeth Farah on X is because of Elon Musk, because I used to think social media was just insane. I wanted nothing to do with it. I didn't know how to do it. Like, I would get deep into these conversations and I was afraid I was doing it wrong.
Yeah,
I know, pretty lame. But when he bought it, that's when, after a while, I said, okay, I'm doing this thing. And I'm sure Elon is thrilled that I've joined.
Well, like I said, I think Elon Musk sees what is necessary for the survival of our country and for Western civilization. And having an open marketplace of speech is part of that. Obviously, it's not yet perfect. Y'all are still, can't stream, and there's a few prominent figures who are still not allowed back on.
Legacy.
But it's getting there. And I've always felt the answer to speech you dislike is not trying to censor it. It's more speech. And I think we're seeing that. We're seeing what happens when you have an open marketplace of ideas. Conservatives generally win.
Right.
The only way the left has been able to kind of establish a stranglehold on our society is by strictly controlling information. They control what children learn at school. They control what's on television and what's on on the news. They control what's in popular music and movies and TV. And so having this dam break, and you see, I forget who it was. There was a great quote about totalitarian societies, how they control information to make you feel like you're the only one who feels the way you do. You're the only one in the world. You're the only one in the country who actually
you question your own
Trump
sanity.
guy.
What's wrong with me? Why does this not sit with me?
Yeah, once you start hearing from other people, your neighbors and your friends and other people in the community that feel the same way, suddenly that just breaks the whole thing into pieces.
Absolutely. Well said. Beautifully said. Yeah, before 1997, when W&D was founded, WorldNetDaily, and then between that period of time, there's Russell. Hey, Russ.
I mean, I'm saying this,
I'm getting with you, guy.
This is starting to be, I'm sorry to interrupt, Elizabeth. This is starting to be like the equivalent of like the Conservative Academy Awards, like the who's who. And, there's like I feel like if you're like an atheist in this group, you're pretty uncomfortable.
No, you're just getting the Holy Spirit you, and you don't know what's going on, but you're feeling good. When you were speaking about Thiel and Elon and Sachs, and where are we with various levels of faith or complete lack of faith, and I'll just go back to Russell Brand a couple of years ago. I mean, he had Buddhas. He was all over the map. Now he is calling on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and he is talking about being forgiven for his sins because of no merit of his own, and relying upon him, and not wanting to run his life because he wants to give it all over to Jesus. And I'm telling you, he could have been up in a pulpit talking about this. Only a few years ago, I would have looked at him and said, wow, he's kind of like a charming, nice guy, but not much of a Republican, let's put it that way. And he's still who he is in terms of personality, but he loves the Lord. He loves God. And so, you have to give a chance to people to come to the light. And we can't exclude people in our hearts because they don't agree with us on faith in God, because it's in God's timing.
The author Aaron Renn has talked about what he calls the negative world, how Christianity's become, it used to be that if you went to church and you publicly proclaimed yourself as a Christian, that was a good thing. That was a mark in your favor in your position in society. Now, according to him, now it's a bad thing. It actually marks you as a low class or low status. I was reading, he wrote it about 4 years ago. J.D. Vance wrote a very long essay for a Catholic magazine about his own conversion to Catholicism. And he wrote about growing up in, rural Ohio with his family from Appalachia. His grandmother was a Christian, but she was not, necessarily a model Christian, like he said in his speech last night. And so that, that faith that he grew up with, when he went to Yale Law, it's very low class. That's only what poor people and uneducated people do. Rich people, they're agnostics, they're atheists, or they're dabbling in whatever. But he eventually converted to Catholicism because he saw the truth of Christianity, and that was his where he saw the most truth coming from. And like you're saying with Russell Brand, it's like you get a few of these elite people, the people who are watched and looked up to by so many others, and if they start adopting Christianity and talking about these things in a way that's not mocking, like, a Jon Stewart sort of thing, then that's going to it's almost like it gives regular people permission to do the same thing.
That's right. It's right. I've always said that Black people get to have they get to sing gospel music, and they get to proclaim their faith, and they get a pass on it. I don't know why the media, I don't know, Dr. Martin Luther King, Reverend Martin Luther King, they can, and they're not thought ill of. But I guess pretty much I'm saying that mostly with white people, if you proclaim your faith, you live in a double wide trailer, right? And no offense to people that are living in double wide trailers, but the point is, at one point in my life, I would have been so excited. But the thing is, you're looked at as lowbrow and credulous, and pat you on the head, and so you get permission. Donald J. Trump is giving a lot of people permission. I don't need it because I already had that, but he's giving permission to people to have fun. I mean, I do this dance all day around my house.
The Trump dance?
I call it the trumpeteer or the trumpenet. And he's a politician who's having fun. He's growing in his faith. He's patriotic. J.D. Vance, he wasn't afraid in his speeches to talk about immigration and say, if you didn't come here illegally, you go home, you get in line, and you do it the right way. A few years ago, he would have been the worst racist because, immigration law is about racism, right? So it is about giving permission. I really liked your point with that.
Yeah, well, maybe that's what people call the vibe shift. We're shifting over into a place where we can start believing that it's possible to get back some of those things that we look back on. Older generations can remember a country when, going to church on Sunday was, a high status thing. People my age and younger, it's we don't really know that. And the Zoomer generation, Generation Z, and the ones coming up after them, they've never known a country like that. And so, if we're going to save our country, we're going to have to start modeling that very quickly. Otherwise, generations are going to grow up in complete nihilism.
I think Aaron Wren's research has shown that the Gen Z is the least church attending generation thus far.
Least attending, but I'm not sure about what they actually
believe.
That's one of the interesting things. I think there's been kind of a withdrawal from the church building, but who knows where the church body is going.
Right.
Well, I keep the Sabbath on Friday night through Saturday night. And so I'm one of those, many weirdos out there that do that now. And so we keep, we're at the dinner table together praying and reading the scriptures, and we spend 24 hours in the Lord, no work, things like that. And so I think that what is happening in America, at least, is that sometimes the church institutions, even beloved institutions, even in a holy institution, can lose its way or be out of touch. It's all about programs. There are a lot of pastors that seem more like they're CEOs, and they're on stage giving pep talks, and it doesn't seem genuine and sincere and real. And so I think that there's, again, I'm going to use it, I got to come up with another word, confluence of events and trends that probably led, and a lot of it would be just the negativity of the elite toward those of us of faith, of deep faith. And so all of those things coming together, but I think it's going to it'll come out in the wash, it'll reorganize, and people start maybe doing church a little differently, and that will appeal to their desire for authenticity or simplicity, things like that. I don't know.
I mean, one thing that I've been thinking about quite a bit is the idea that Tucker's called it the great sorting. So for the first time ever, or not the first time, but the first time in history that or recent history, people left the rich states, the rich cities, and moved to other places like Idaho or Tennessee. And not, I mean, to a cheaper lifestyle in some places, but really sorting to the kind of folks they can live around. As you know, for instance, a lot of folks can't live around each other anymore because our beliefs are so different.
Yeah, we've entered a period of time that's very polarizing. You see those charts that show how far apart the Democrats and the Republicans have gone in the last 20 years. I was just talking to somebody. There used to be conservative Democrats back in the day and liberal
Right.
Republicans. There are no conservative Democrats anymore. They're all gone. The party is going full speed ahead to the left. Unfortunately, we do still have a few liberal Republicans, and we're working on that. But that's part of the gray sort. Like I said earlier about how this convention is not featuring Mitt Romney or George W. Bush or Liz Cheney or Paul Ryan,
Thank
because
goodness.
they're
Thank
the
you.
party is going one way and they are stuck in a different place. And
I
I
hadn't
think we're
even
seeing that
thought of,
geographically too.
yeah, I hadn't even thought earlier, because probably in one respect in my mind, I just don't even expect it. They're not on my radar screen anymore. They're has-beens. They're, behind me. And so when you brought that up, I thought, oh yeah. And in the old days, there would have been this, decorum or this need, this protocol, no matter how much those people would have excluded somebody like a Trump like that. But often we will bow to, like I say, a decorum that always compromises. If they had brought Mitt Romney in, if he was willing, or, any of the others, Ryan, whatever, it would have really spoiled the atmosphere. They probably would have been booed too.
Absolutely.
I don't know if anybody was watching on the first day when they were actually doing the roll call votes for the presidential nomination. Senator Mitch McConnell actually got up to deliver the votes for Kentucky, and he was booed in the hall there.
That was
rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Yes, exactly.
So we're still awaiting Hulk Hogan.
But he was having another stroke, so it didn't embarrass him at all. He needs, to be fair. And I think that this is very hard for a lot of people, myself included, because I have an aversion to having somebody be embarrassed. But, we talk about, you were just mentioning division and this great division. And we all know, sane people know, that when Donald Trump came down that escalator, the wolves attacked and never let go of his neck, his ankles. I mean, they were ripping at his metaphoric flesh for the next 7.5 years. The attacks came from them, and it was unrelenting. Had they ever given him a chance, I really honestly believe that he would have worked with anybody and cheerfully, because that's the man he is. And when it comes to embarrassing people like a Mitch McConnell, who I think is, I'll use the T word, a traitor to the cause, a traitor to the people. I'm not trying to take it to insurrection, sedition, traitor. I just mean a traitor to the people that elect him, and the high office that he has held, because he has literally been the single saboteur of decades of improvement. And I thank the Lord God Almighty that he will be stepping down. And so he really does deserve our opprobrium. So he got a little bit of it.
I got a quick video we can go to real quick here.
Do we have to?
You think we're going to miss it? Think we're going to miss Hogan if we do? Okay, here we go. Let's see. I'll bring this in, and I'll be watching as we go. Speaking of crazy.
Are you playing my favorite video?
Let me go back here.
Is it from Ghana?
This is our friend Joy Reid.
It's not Ghana. Okay.
This is our friend Joy Reid. Wonderful Joy Reid. I'll bring this in now. And speaking of crazy, let's just go ahead and listen to Joy real quick here while we wait for Hulk Hogan to come in.
We still don't know for sure whether Donald Trump was hit by a bullet, whether he was hit by glass fragments, whether he was hit by shrapnel. We don't have those details. We actually have no details from his physician, even though this man is still a Secret Service protected, and presidential candidate. We know almost nothing. Why? Why don't we know that much? We know that 3 people were shot. 1 person, unfortunately, was killed at the rally. We don't know where they were sitting or standing relative to him. We don't know why, for 9 full seconds, Donald Trump was allowed to stand back up during an active shooter situation, even though they, at that point, had said the shooter was down. How would they have known if there were more shooters or not? Nobody knew that there could have been 5 shooters for all they knew. Yet they allowed him to stand up in the middle of that, crisis and pose for a photo and fist pump the air so he could get the iconic photo. And then they allowed him to stand up again outside of the SUV instead of just shoving him into the SUV. That seems really unusual. What is the actual to Donald Trump's ear that's under that bandage? Shouldn't we know that by now? It's weird.
Yeah.
And there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of curiosity about it, in the sort of media world, my profession. It's weird, right? Where are the FOIAs? Why isn't the New York Times
the FOIAs
pursuing his medical records?
Where are the FOIAs?
It's just weird.
Joy Reid is the perfect example of somebody who thinks she's a lot smarter than she really is.
I would agree.
Oh my gosh.
I would agree.
Wouldn't it be funny if like one of her grandkids someday, becomes a conservative and repudiates this and say, I'm sorry, we put my grandma in a home, in an asylum. That woman is literally a lunatic. I know people have been talking about this for many, many years. Would you DM that video to me?
Yes, I will.
I want to play a little bit with that.
So this is a great example of, what Joy's doing there is she's positing, like, she's faking curiosity, but what she really means is, I don't think it happened. That's what she really means.
Oh, she thinks she's being clever.
Yeah. What, do we know anything? You don't want to know anything. In fact, the media from the very first moment downplayed it. Pop. Trump fell on stage.
Yeah.
So this
hit
is the
his
lunacy.
widow head. He hit his head on the podium.
Right.
Yeah.
You sound like you're ready to say something.
Oh no, what more is there you need to be said? The media is, I believe, complicit in creating an environment that inspired or encouraged somebody to do something like this on Saturday, and then in the aftermath, they're trying to pretend like they're not, they have nothing to do with it, that they're just neutral. It's kind of cliche to play the what if it was the other side game, but if that had been Biden speaking and the exact same series of events happened, the coverage would have been a lot different. And it basically goes without saying. It's like all of us on the right, and I think a lot of people in the middle too, can see this for what it is. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people, especially loud people online, who are in the crazy left, who are taking people like Joy Reid at their word and saying, that's true. We really don't know these things.
Well,
right.
But when she walks through her little insipid arguments, her train of thought, and you think, you're really wondering why Donald J. Trump got up and fist pumped. You're wondering that, like the Secret Service could have prevented him, and that would be what they were doing. Like, him putting his arm up, they would say, you're under arrest. I mean, you cannot defy the Secret Service. What is she implying there? Of course, if it were me and I was doing that, I would get my fist up. I mean, if I was brave, 6 foot tall, a man, a former president, giving a speech. If I were all those things and I wanted to do that, no one's going to stop me. There wasn't some conspiracy on the part of the Secret Service to allow him, but to look as if they were struggling the whole time. What a brilliant, no one is this good of an actor to begin with.
I think for a lot of people on the left, especially the very loud ones online, they really don't have a theory of mind for people who are actually courageous, actually have physical bravery. So they imagine what they would do in that situation. Well, if somebody's really shooting at me, of course I'm going to be hiding. I'm going to be
crawling under the stands, throwing Secret Service agents on top of me. Yeah, I got to stay there prone, crying, wetting my pants. But then when she goes to the FOIA, that was like the cherry on top of the pink cupcake. I cannot believe that a grown woman would utter the word FOIA. This is a guy. Firstly, like Donald J. Trump, what she's implying is this live?
So this, I believe, is live. So we're seeing Trump come in to this space. He goes up to that upper section to watch. And so that means...
Is that a grandkitty?
I think it is.
Or kitties?
Yeah,
oh, how adorable.
It is interesting when we talk about how the left doesn't really understand courage, because for the last 4 years, they've been trying to prop up this president, Joe Biden, who is clearly not physically capable and not mentally capable either. And so at some point they start believing, I think, their own lies. But in order to make that work, they have to say, well, no, Trump's really the bad one. Remember when he was president and you had the protesters in, I believe it was May of 2020, who assaulted Secret Service and scaled the fences at the White House, and they sent him to the bunker. They all had this image of him as cowering in the bunker.
Right.
In Alex Garland's Civil War movie this last year, they made the president, who's basically a stand-in for Trump, die begging on his knees, because that's their image of him. And so it's because they've built this up as this straw man in their mind. And so the image of him heroically raising his fist and telling the people to fight after just getting shot does not match that mental image. And so they don't know what to do. It's creating this huge cognitive dissonance. So they have to try and figure out a way to resolve that, and saying that, it was a hoax. It didn't really happen.
Okay, guys, we're gonna jump over because
it's the big one.
It's Hogan time. Can't help say I'm excited myself. I love it.
Everyone on Twitter said that they were going to do his song for this.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
Hulkster's looking great.
He looks fabulous. Fabulous. He is a showman. See, they need to volume that crowd. Get some speakers down overhead.
Tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Let's talk of that vibe again.
But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Ooh, he's good.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
Tag team language.
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother.
Amazing.
Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years. And he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump.
And those cheeseheads.
You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
6'7" of macho hulkdom.
Yeah, it's a real American.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and president of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend
that's a fun
Franklin
little
Graham.
segue.
How is Franklin Graham going to follow Hulk Hogan?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to follow Hulk Hogan.
How tall
That's
was
a great
Frank?
point.
Franklin's pretty tall too.
Man, he looks like Billy Graham so much.
Good
It's
evening.
crazy.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hogan. But I stand here tonight as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life. And when we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish, but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did. In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive vice president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Good evening, America. 8 years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious. Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump. Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling, jobs were scarce, our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten, our military was in shambles, our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again. But he also created a movement that threatened the special interests in the political elites, a movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back. You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats funded by special interest groups and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win. I love my Florida delegation right here. Thank you. My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic, many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives. Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system, and we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest. In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it. To the single mother who can no longer afford her rent, afford groceries, and has been forced to work 3 jobs, I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again. And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you, they're after all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way. To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean, and our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight, fight, fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Going on mute.
Wow. God bless America. That was
What do we
a
think
great
about that?
speech. I thought
Yeah.
that speech was good in that I think it's good to catalog the things. You know, Hulk did his thing, Reverend Graham did another thing, and I think the cataloging and the putting in perspective, let's not forget this, is really important. But what I thought was extraordinary and very hopeful is there was so much that he said. But when he said education back to the states, that was exciting. President or candidate Reagan promised that. And that was one of those promises that he was unable or did not meet. And I'm sure he intended to do so. So sending education back to the states, that could possibly mean that he will go through with dismantling the Department of Education, which is the source of most poison probably throughout the United States. And then I was also very impressed with his statement that our greatest ally is under siege, just after he had mentioned Russia. I was wondering what comes next. We know JD Vance very much supports Israel, and so does President Trump, but October 7th is October 7th. Much has happened since then. So they're firmly standing with Israel and much, much more. But that's two of the things that stood out for me. Oh, and this Eric Trump versus Hunter Biden. Can you imagine? You know, I've been trying to imagine in my mind, what does the Democrat convention look like? Do they have World War vets that are, you know, proudly proclaiming their patriotism? Do they have, you know, moms that get up and talk about their motherhood and their children? Or I don't know. I'm just trying to think of what it is. But I know one thing. We will not get amazing children and grandchildren standing up, giving credible, inspiring, touching speeches about Joe Biden. And I don't know if Joe Biden will even be the candidate. So that's it.
Yeah, that is a very interesting contrast. You know, the Trump and Biden families, obviously, you have, you know, Biden's children, you know, one of them, you know, has passed away, but then Hunter, we all know his problems, and, you know, his daughter writes in her diary about, you know,
yeah,
inappropriate things that her father did. And then on the Trump side, you have, you know, Ivanka and Eric and Donald Jr. are all very successful in their businesses. You know, Tiffany seems like she's doing well. Don't know too much about her. She's stayed out of the public eye, which is probably a good thing. And of course, Barron, he's you know, growing taller every day. But on a more macro level, you see the difference between the two parties now. And I was thinking about this during Hulk Hogan's speech. The Democrats always had the monopoly on cool. They were they were entertainment. They were the actors and movie stars and musicians, rock stars. That they were all Democrats. And I think that's shifted in the past few years. It's, you know, conservatism has started becoming the counterculture because, you know, we're a minority in the society now. And that's developing us into something that is a little more cool than it used to be. And, you know, I know the irony of, you know, me, I'm not very cool, and I'm trying to explain that we are, but, you know, you've got Hulk Hogan up there. You had Kid Rock, you have, you know, Franklin Graham coming up there and getting applause for preaching the gospel of Christ. You know, conservatism is becoming cool, I think. And the Democrats, they're not. They're out of touch. They're cringe. You asked what was going to be on the Democrat stage. It's going to be a series of, you know, people representing all the various, you know, minority groups. You know,
virtue signaling.
Virtue signaling. They're going to have. They're going to make sure to have.
Because why have virtue if you could just signal, right?
It's not even virtue signaling. It's identity signaling. It's
right.
Victimhood signaling.
Yeah, I was thinking, did you, either one of you, actually watch the virtual Democrat National Convention for 3.5 years ago or whatever it was, 4 years ago?
Was that where Biden was in the basement?
I remember watching the conventions 2 years ago, and the Republican convention, it was the first time ever that I had the feeling that the Republicans were more showman, they had better showmanship. They presented
It was the
better.
most inspiring
Meanwhile,
thing.
the Democrats, they were cringe. They had aging rock stars who looked like they were half dead. I mean, unlike Hulk Hogan, he's old, but
they were all
great.
sitting around tables and doing like Zoom calls,
Yeah.
and the Republicans had come out, and I thought, I have never seen what I'm seeing. Oh,
Melania.
here she is.
Yeah, I was reading earlier. Apparently, Melania Trump will not be speaking tonight, which is the last time First Lady or potential First Lady did not speak was 30 years ago. So for whatever that reason is, but she is there.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of her at the convention.
She did speak in 2020 and in 2016.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean,
Maybe she's just tired of people trying to kill her husband, and she just feels like, I'm just staying out of this one.
I wonder what if Melania Trump and Usha Vance sit down for coffee. What kind of conversations they'll have. It's interesting because they both have connections to other parts of the world. Melania comes from Eastern Europe, and Usha's family comes from India.
Good point. I wonder if Melania speaks Hindi.
I've heard she speaks a lot of languages.
She does, like 12 or something ridiculous. 7, 12, something like that.
Since we have a moment here, there was something I wanted to bring up earlier. I find it an interesting point. Talking about how the parties have polarized and how the Democrats have completely gone off the deep end, and you wonder what they're even going to talk about. Back in 1960, famously, you had the debates between John Kennedy and Richard Nixon. You go back and watch the debates, and the things that divided them there, the things that they're arguing about, to us, they seem very quaint. Just because I'm from Idaho, and I was curious about when was the last time somebody from Idaho, some prominent person, had a prominent role in a convention. I really had to go all the way back to 1960 when they nominated John Kennedy. Idaho Senator Frank Church, a Democrat, was the keynote speaker, and I read his speech the other day. There's no victimhood. There's no identity politics. There's no talk about LGBT issues or transing children or anything like that. He had one paragraph about lauding the Democrat Congress for passing a civil rights bill. But other than that, it was about tax policy. It was about making sure America's strong on the world stage and we have a strong military, catching up to Russia in the space race, making sure that farmers have what they need to do their thing, water rights. It was real issues that matter to people. And now the entire Democrat Party, their entire platform is all about identity issues and victimhood and jealousy and greed and envy. It's really sad to see.
Something else about that debate, and I've been meaning to go back and watch it from beginning to end, because the extraordinary thing, especially in light of the most recent debate, is that when the questions were asked to the candidates, they had 20 minutes each to respond. 20 minutes. Yeah. So you could just well imagine how studied and how knowledgeable they had to be about those subjects. And I want to dig a little bit more into that, but 20 minutes for one question.
Go back even further to the Lincoln Douglas debates, almost 200 years ago now. People would come with their picnic lunches and show up to listen to the two men, and each one would speak for over an hour, and then the other would speak for an hour, and then they'd respond to each other. I don't know. It's probably a symptom of mass media going first from radio and television, then the internet, social media, cell phones. We're at the point where our attention spans have just been destroyed. So, presidential debates now are not really about discussing the issues. It's about trying to get your line in there that can be clipped and put on social media, put on Twitter, put on TikTok, and maybe gain you a little bit of attention.
Yeah, and hopefully the other guy stumbles or falls asleep or cannot complete a sentence.
Well, there's that
and
too.
Then there's that, too. The discourse has changed very much. It's become, I don't want to say lowbrow, it's just become more soundbitey. And I don't see that really reversing, but I do think that we could just make the best of it. And hopefully I don't know. Do you two gentlemen think that perhaps after 4 years of Trump, perhaps after the American people have seen, as my assistant, perhaps after the American people have seen the difference, and I just can't imagine that when we get Trump back in, that 4 years of restoration of sanity, and I should have mentioned that the thing that always gets dramatic response from an audience, Eric Trump mentioned, a guy 6'5" like myself is swimming against a girl, or girls who have for years worked to this point and their dreams have been destroyed. And there is something about, the Democrats, Marxists, socialists, all these Islamists, they all go over that line. And there is a line still, which surprises me. I'm so encouraged that there is a line beyond which America is willing to say no. And I think that's one of them.
I don't know. I'd like to think so, but we've seen leftists, the really hardcore ones are, pretty far gone.
Oh yeah. I am not, I'm just hoping that maybe after 4 years of Trump, and I'm hoping then 4 to 8 years of Vance, that maybe there'll be a recentering again, and that all this insanity, or are we just going into the apocalypse?
I've always thought someone like a lefty, as we would say, they're going to just say, I was wrong about cutting off the genitals of kids.
Well, even
I went too far. Do we think that might happen?
We're starting to see some of that in Europe. Even some of the new Labour Party cabinet ministers who have come in are saying that they're going to stop the gender transitions for children
with Sharia law.
Well,
you really, to me, that the process by which we are constantly being subjected to, here's a really crazy thing. Let's give $150 billion to Iran, take it over in skiffs in a huge plane and unload it for a country that is one of the most brutal dictatorships, that literally every Friday, just every legislator gets up and screams, over and over and over again, death to America and death to Israel. So let's give them $150 billion. And then when they get that nuke and it hits, somebody's going to say, maybe we should have done that. Maybe next time we won't. And so how many little boys had genitalia removed, or girls had their breasts removed? And by the way, these things, even just the breasts of a woman, a little girl cannot. Oh, I don't know if we're supposed to tell me to shut up. If we
keep going. This is the Kid Rock concert.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can watch him.
No, keep going.
It's the thing that they go and it's sort of like, oh, mistakes were made. Let's not do that anymore. But then I think you have left in the wake of your innovations that so many people said, I think this is a problem. No, we got to do this. We've got to transition 5-year-olds and take them away from their children so they can have their genitals cut off. And you can't put them back on. You can't reverse that. And this is a constant theme with the left. They're always progressing to a total devastation. And then they might say, maybe that was going too far. We've destroyed thousands of lives, but we're just pawns. So it's like, okay, so you just grab my pawn and you've got on the side of the board. It doesn't matter. You're just a wooden piece.
Well, I think there's there is a reckoning coming with the whole transgender thing. You watch the growing detransitioner movement as people realize that this is not, solving all the problems they thought it would. And it's going to have a biological reckoning too, as you're going to have this whole generation who's unable to, have children. Eventually something's got to give there. However, I think there always will be, people pushing back on that. People, the radical, insane, demonic leftists who are going to keep pushing that. And that's where once we have political power, once we have a Trump Vance in the White House, once we have, a Congress and state legislatures that, are willing to do what's right, we need to ban those things. We need to stop the ways that the left is using to destroy our culture, because it's not just going to happen by itself. I think a lot of people think that we can just sit back and wait and it'll all fix itself. We've got to fix it. We've got to get in there and do what we can to stop it and to save this country.
Roll up the sleeves.
Right.
We've got to
Great
work.
point.
We've got to fight. Very good point. And I can't remember who it was. There's just been so many great speeches, but it's about, we're not on hold anymore, something like that. And then he said, what we have to do is, well, he was saying to vote. He didn't say the word vote. So you may remember, so get out there, show up. That was it. We've got to show up. And election after election, the numbers come in, and basically, if just evangelical Christians, or I don't know, just Catholics, or just a portion of Christian America showed up at the polls, a Republican or a conservative would win. And they don't. There's a lot of Trumpers that don't show up at the polls. Have you registered anybody to vote? Because Charlie Kirk's making me feel very guilty. And I'm literally thinking about getting a card table and going out in front of, something, Home Depot, and registering.
Well, I know we, our Republican Party here in Idaho, we work hard to get people registered. And then, of course, once they're registered, we have to motivate them to vote. Those of us in the political world, who are really plugged into this and seem to enjoy it for some reason, can forget that a lot of people outside that world, it's only a very small part of things. Somebody's running for president, and some guy I've never heard of is running for governor. I'll look him up on my phone as I walk into the polling place if I even bother to do it. So it's really communicating to the average person that this does matter, that it is an important thing to get out there and vote for the right person, because the choices that our elected representatives and leaders are making really do impact the future of our country and the type of country we're going to have for our children and grandchildren.
Yeah, that is so true. And I really believe that I believe that election day for the national elections, at least, if not every 2 years, but every 4 years, needs to be a national holiday, because there are many people, guess what? The people that have the most time constraints are people that work jobs. They go and pick up homeless people and just drive them over to polls.
Yeah.
They go to old folks' homes and literally have them vote, and they've been in a semi-comatose state. And they also pick up, it's one of the most shameful things you could ever imagine. And then people like you and me, millions of Americans have to work. And so those are people more likely to say, well, my one vote won't count. It does count. I signed up also to do poll watching for my first time. So,
well, I've been a poll worker here in Ada County, Idaho, for a couple of times, and it's also an important job. Make sure that it's conducted fairly.
CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Oh,
here we go. This is Dana White coming on.
2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is. Now think about this. This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip. That's the President Trump that I know, a man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business, and this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life. I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Amazing. Here we go. What's the song?
God bless the USA.
Oh, amazing.
I put up a poll on Twitter about an hour ago, and that was actually the top choice. So.
Oh, yeah.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd worked for all my life, and I had to start again. just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars.
Oh, they got Lee Greenwood. Amazing.
Because our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Sing it. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas.
Oh, here goes Trump.
From sea to shining sea, from Detroit to Houston, and New York to LA. There's pride in every American heart, and it's time to stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. Going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily, because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage. These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark. And I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual. This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper, and then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but they just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed to be here.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two great people. I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million for the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million from Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania. And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful. In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife. So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great. And I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, Kid does his great song, big, big monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great vice president. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great, great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that. And I promise we will make Wisconsin great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things, the great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill. And hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce. So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill. Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it doesn't matter because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much. Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they've ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda, and it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're done. In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate, we have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent, but soon we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world with numbers that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and we will also reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watched and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They've spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless Green New Scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants. And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States. We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building, and the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips, tips, tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more. And I said, this shows the level of my, most people go out, they hire consultants, they pay them millions of dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare and other things, and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here today. Never got to look at it. I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia. Under President Obama, Russia took Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again, but When we get back, I get along with him. He'd like to see me back too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth. Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war. We're in a planet of war. Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about them. No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly. And they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one. So they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before. And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world? They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months. And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it, not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way, happens to be here. Correct? In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office, or you will be paying a very big price. With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call. If properly stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship, anything to mock him. But he was a very good president, very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases. We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new, if you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. He said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. It's not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. Going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us. Nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before. And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Balloon time.
Wow.
Wow.
Is he gonna dance? Are we gonna see the Trump dance? Oh, here comes Melania.
I'm trumping it. The Trumpster. I've already seen that there's a post. Oh, what did he do? I missed it.
Good job, she said.
Yeah.
HuffPost is already putting up a story. Melania Trump breaks more than 30 years of tradition at the RNC for not speaking.
Good. Let's
Like
break
they're-
more traditions.
As if they care about
They never-
Republicans.
yeah.
There's the rest of the family.
Yep.
Well,
Assume,
that
I assume
was
the Vance family will come up here in a minute too.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a speech. And that beginning, when he went over his experience and gave glory to God multiple times
There's
during the
balloons.
speech, over and
Yep.
over again. Oh, look at those beautiful balloons.
Yep.
And
Famous
he
balloons.
mentioned love over and over again, very tenderly, devotion and love. I mean, that was a serious theme for him. And, you know, people talked about this speech being very different. I think if that was the goal, that's what happened here.
Yeah.
He wasn't weak, you know, he did charge ahead with discussing the failed policies, weakness, incompetence, which he'd have to do, right? We're not playing Kumbaya here, is not the theme song, but I thought it was very, very strong. It was long, as we
Yes.
know.
Yeah.
It was very
but
long.
yeah, that's going to contrast with someone like Biden who can barely make it through a
That's
10
right.
minute, 10
That's
minute
true.
press conference.
That's what I was thinking. That
That's very true.
it's a strong thing to do at this point because Biden is incapable. But I'll tell you what, let's just run a different scenario. So say Biden, as they predict, is going to not resign, but step down from the race this weekend. That's the big prediction.
Right.
What if Kamala Harris was in this place? Can you imagine the speech that she will give?
No. I hope I never have to hear it.
I don't remember her speech from the last DNC.
No, but I found that there were, I mean, I know it's late, so we don't want to, if maybe the speech had stopped 30 minutes or so ago, we might go over some of the things that he said, but I don't think that it's
Those are big
probably, what's that?
Those balloons are actually really big.
They're huge.
Some of the kids holding them.
And I will say that they look like a lot of fun. That looks like a lot of fun.
Everybody want to? So Elizabeth, you've kind of done this, but like I think we give our quick take here, and then we'll say goodnight.
Yeah, I'm really glad we did this. I felt that I got so much out of it, concentrating as much as I did on every word. Yeah, I've given my take. I think it was about love. I think it was truly about, when this doesn't mean that he was bad before and now he's good. That's not the point. The point is when you come close to death, when you face this kind of existential threat to the extreme, it always does something to you. It can do bad things to some people, I suppose. But I felt that he was presidential. I thought he seemed wise and thoughtful, and his continuous pledges to all the American people that he would give it everything, that he would not fail them, and that the message of unity was very, very strong. So, I mean, it doesn't make any sense at this late time to go over there were some great words in there, but I won't start quoting. What do you guys have to say about this?
I think, it was a good speech. I felt like some of the middle was a bit repetitive, but that's, I've heard other speeches where he talks about the same things. But he laid out his, obviously his vision, and everyone on social media was saying that Trump has changed, that there's something slightly different about him, and I think it is. He's, maybe a little bit more polished than he usually is, and more humble, which obviously that's not necessarily something you associate with Trump.
No.
One thing I'm thinking about, with his speech and today's speeches and the convention as a whole, even Trump's slogan, "Make America Great Again," that deliberately evokes nostalgia. It's because it invites you to think about, okay, when was America great? What was it like? And what can we do to make it again? And you look at the entire convention, especially today, you have Lee Greenwood as the artist. He's going back to the 1980s and 90s. You have Hulk Hogan. So there is an element of nostalgia saying, look at these things when America was great, when America was cool, when America was respected. But then on the other side of that, you have J.D. Vance. He's 39 years old. He's a millennial, first millennial on a presidential ticket. And so that's looking forward as well. What kind of country are we going to have, going into the next generation and those after it? So I think that's a good combination of things.
I loved the Trump remark, Donald Trump Jr.'s remark about looking at old photographs, that we think about it. Usually I have thousands of old photographs from my family, and usually when I'm looking back at, my grandmother and 7 children on a front porch of a shack, in the black and white, and it's just, so amazing. But there is a nostalgia there. But what has happened with us is just 4 years ago, we have nostalgia for that. And I thought when he evoked that yesterday, I think it was yesterday, it was very powerful, and you're bringing it up again.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been fun, guys. Josh?
Yeah, it has. I'm kind of just taking it all in. The idea that Trump really does seem different. He seems like more settled. The weight of all of this, I think, he seems more serious actually as the Trump goes. It was a great speech. I really liked the first part. I guess I'd call it the first quarter, maybe. Everything else is great, but it was a retreading. He's reminding everyone what was accomplished and what will be. I thought it was an excellent speech. It was a great night. It was amazing speakers. Folks, we want to thank you guys all for staying with us throughout this whole, well, it's a 4-hour stream at this point. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Elizabeth. Thank you to Brian.
Thank you, Brian and Josh.
Yeah, thank you, folks, for watching.
Wonderful.
And we'll be back Monday. We can't wait. By then, we're going to have some news on Biden, and it's not looking good for him. We hope everybody has a great weekend, and we thank you for joining us.
God bless you.
And we wish you the best. Thanks, everybody.